I want to start a new call. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not crazy as happen. So just close this window, right?
No, don't close it. Don't close.
Oh,
Don't.
well, close.
I don't want to start a new call. I just
Okay, well, I closed the new call. Sorry, not this one.
right. The new call is closed. I
Yeah,
just want to join
done.
the one that we're in. Now I can't get this stupid. I hate this. As soon as we get done with this, I am done with Google forever. You hear that, Google? You're about to lose one of your billions.
Yeah, they're gonna weep tears of blood. What the hell?
Well, I'm not in this call. No, a different call.
Hmm.
Okay, so my iPad thinks that the other one is still going.
The other one is still going.
Put my iPad things. Let me check. There we go. Okay, I'm going to show you. What are you working on?
The forget to speak thing. Forget to speak projection.
Okay.
I got it on like this setup that I think you might like. It's that thing. It's like plexi and foil.
That is a cheap ripoff. I would never use those two things together.
That's why it's not a ripoff. It's a development. How about that?
What is that? You made a bed?
A bed?
Is that a bed frame?
No, I didn't make a bed.
What is that? That's a table.
Yeah.
Nice minimalist table.
Yep. It was designed by a guy named Marlon Dabro.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. There's a lot of these cool kind of things hanging around Alice Yard, just including these cinder blocks. Well, concrete blocks, not cinder blocks. You guys call these cinder blocks or concrete blocks?
Uh, More typically, they're called cinder blocks.
Yeah. Do you know why?
No, I don't know why.
Oh.
You could call it a concrete block and people would know what you were talking about, I think. But a cinder block is more specific.
Okay. Well,
Can you
yeah.
see the screen?
Okay. I'm seeing this. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to show you something. Two things quickly, okay?
Okay.
First,
Whoa.
Put the couple candles and some oyster shells in the CVS bag in the grate there.
Right.
Little secret. I also thought it kind of looked like your flag.
Okay. I can see what you're talking about. Does that mean I've got to dig a hole and make an American flag?
No, I just that wasn't
why
why I did it. It was just something I thought about afterwards. Okay. And this, I chopped the top off,
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
and then I filtered all the water
through
through
some
some
coffee
coffee filters to get the
sand and
sand
plastic
out that had fallen, that had gotten in
got
there.
in there.
Okay.
But I need to work on
that.
Yep. So,
And I needed dimensions.
I'll give you that in 20 minutes.
20
minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
We also should talk about the talk.
Right. Which happens in
Less than 3 hours.
yeah, little over 2 hours. Good. So the talk will be based on our previous collaborations and what our intentions are for this one, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I was thinking.
Okay.
I was thinking that we do a intro, but mostly just start. We met graduate school, and started this and walk through that effort, and then talk about Maine. And so then we have things like talking about like where some of the ideas for this one came from, and basically I thought that you could walk us through your space, similar to the way you did last night with me.
Yeah.
And obviously the people here will be in this space, so they will have seen some things already.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you should
Sorry.
start their space before we talk or not, but
Yeah. Let me. Depending on how many people, there might not be like a lot of people turning up here, because there just wasn't enough time to to publicize an artist talk.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on how many people are here, I may ask you to do the same thing, do a walk around of the space
Okay.
for the
And I think
benefit.
it would be, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah,
No,
I was.
it would be good insofar as you can to show a little bit of the outside.
Oh yeah.
Um, and again, if you have company there, I'll be happy to do the same thing. Um, yeah. I'm basically, and what I will do is I will face you, and I will face the audience like this, but then your image will be projected so they can see you
So my image would be projected behind you.
to my right or something like that,
Right. Cool.
and that way we'll both be facing them.
But I won't ever see them.
I can turn them around to you. I mean, if you would prefer that it be the other way, or that it be kind of sideways, we could do that.
Well, you could just be sort of nimble with your front and rear facing cameras. So when you're talking to me, you do it like front facing, and when someone in the audience is talking, you can just like switch it around.
Okay, so I'll be on the iPad then.
Yeah.
Just have to remember to hold it up like this.
Oh, so you mean you don't have like that thing that folds doesn't fold into a stand?
What's that?
That the cover doesn't like fall into a triangle and it ends up being a stand.
It does. You're right. You're right. Yeah. I guess I'll just do that. I'll have to mute this one, I think. Mute my voice on this one.
Did something fall and break?
No, the door sounds like it's breaking. The door sounds like it's breaking every time they open the door here.
Oh, okay.
Someone just came in, so it's like when you open the door, it just sounds like an earthquake is happening.
Cool.
So, good. No, this is it. So I don't know if you guys know. Excuse me, Nikolai, just a second. About the gallery programming for the summer. It's a program called 10 by 10. We have a different project every week, and some of the projects are like community organizations that are trying to reach a new audience, and some are artistic, and some are somewhere in between. Mine is an experiment with a collaborator friend of mine who lives in Trinidad in Port Spain, and so he's in an artist-run space in Trinidad, and I'm also here, and we're collaborating via live stream right now.
So is that Trinidad?
No, that's an illusion. That's calming. That's 3 hours of calming ocean waves that I found on YouTube. It's being projected over there. So, so we're collaborating via the live stream, and then what I'm trying to do in here is to create a space that is interesting into itself. Okay, so that's why I use the plexi to kind of throw things around like the sphere and create as many reflections as I can that way. So. In the meantime, over the week, it's a very process-oriented collaboration. So over the course of the week, we're working on different actions and concepts. Yesterday, I carried this 2.5 gallons of water from the aisle up to here, and that was in reference to a project we'd done a couple years ago. And then right now, we've started working on a line drawing with salt that's referencing cartography.
So this is in slow development over the week. Everything is in flux.
From Bell Island?
Yeah, from Danbury.
From Detroit?
Yeah. You should go check it out. It's great. It's a great place.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's really really civil war. Used to have a power plant there. Hydro. Anyway. Sure.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Whoa! They moved that door.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Um, trying to do this USB into this television. Right. See what's going on. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I don't have anything to say. I don't know what we were talking about.
We were talking about the talk. How it's gonna happen.
Yeah. I think I was done saying something.
Sorry?
I think I was done basically saying my piece.
Okay. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, that sounds fine. I'll do the same thing here. If I've got a couple people, I'll arrange some chairs and I'll do the front facing, back facing thing. It'd be really exciting if. That's one of the reasons I wanted to try and push the talk back so I could have the chance to get a couple of people here. It'd have been nice to have like an honest talk on both sides of this thing. But that's just something to put in like the back of our minds the next time we do something like this, and we should do something like this again. But yeah.
Okay.
I hope there are a couple of people that you know.
Well,
No, don't think too hard about it. It's
no, I mean, I feel bad and a little bit confused. I mean, my argument for having it in midweek was to contextualize the work for an audience. I didn't know. I mean, my assumption was always that there would be only a few people.
right.
But I guess I'm saying that I didn't realize that was your concern, and I wish that I had known that, because
Yeah, well, it was also because I kind of didn't articulate my concern correctly.
okay,
That's not a big deal right now.
okay. Came in. People just it's just like some pages, like they just didn't. It was a kid, two parents. Like 5. Yeah, I was like, hey kid, the kid was just like holding it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Um,
yes.
and how many percent start? When do you
Sunday morning.
Okay, so she can
Yes.
afternoon.
Yeah, she should be able to get here in the afternoon. I was just about to talk to him about doing something. So, how much time?
The kids think like she just has
Uh, I yeah.
I think she can.
Right. If I start taking it down Saturday afternoon, I could, but I don't know that.
What do you prefer? Because I mean, like, she knows that, like, we're aware that, like, everyone is, like, on the Sunday, schedule,
Right.
but if those people are flexible and we're open to that,
Um, I think I prefer to have Sunday. Okay, sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Thanks.
Um,
Sorry.
yeah.
Back.
What's that?
I'm back.
Bye.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm preoccupied with trying to get a link to this feed posted on a website so that we can actually share that and people would be able to have a place to go to find it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find out the USB format that I need to have. You know what? I've been trying to dance around this thing all day.
And
Uh, Sending you this video
okay.
and uploading it to the blog.
Okay.
So I'll send it to you and then I'll upload it to the blog.
Okay.
We've got the weather here, man. We've got rain, we've got sun, we've got wind.
We just have sun right now.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
We've got all of the weather. Stay here, man. Got rain, got sun, got wind.
We just have sun right now.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
That echoing thing is starting again. But all of the weather.
Because it'll stop in just a second.
Stay here, man. Got rain, got sun, got wind.
We just have sun right now.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
That echoing thing is starting again. But all of the weather.
Because it'll stop in just a second.
Uh, oh, everything is taking forever to load now. Gmail, son. That's what I should do.
Right. Okay, Nikolai,
Yeah.
can I show you something real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to show you, I'm going to screen share,
Mhm.
and I'm going to show you the page that I'm making for today and what it looks like in preview. Are you seeing my blogger page?
Yep.
Okay. Are you now seeing the preview?
Yep.
This is what it would look like online.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually just logging onto the blog now. Yep. Go ahead.
I need to put more space between these two. Hold on. Still more space. Okay. So basically, I'm thinking of this as like a very quick provisional kind of way of being able to make the feeds viewable, so that every time it gets dropped, I can just post the new link into a post like this. So we would
Right.
start every day with something like this, right?
Yep.
So are you okay with me publishing this and then sharing it?
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
This is okay. This is good again.
It is. Good, how are you? I don't. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Matt, do you do cut down versions of the video, or are you just doing links?
Just doing links.
Okay.
Have a good one. Oh, I didn't realize that was screen sharing. Sorry, dude. That must be really annoying.
Hey Matt, you there?
Yeah.
Um, finally got something working. um, Here we go. So, this will be the TV showing.
Second, sorry. Okay, sorry, I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks awesome.
So this is yeah. Um, the video is a little bit wonky and low quality because it's running off a USB.
Uh-huh.
But it's kind of choppy in the way you like expect to encounter low quality video online.
Yeah.
In that way, it kind of works.
No, it looks good.
Yeah.
Looks good. Can you, so do you have a version of this online?
I'm trying to upload it right now as we speak.
Okay.
First of all, I'm uploading it to send it to you, and then I'm trying to upload it to
Post
to YouTube. But it's a fairly long bit of video, as you'd expect, so it's taking a little while.
I bet. Do you have any idea how much longer it's going to take?
It looks to be like about 1/5 done now,
Okay.
and I kind of started it like maybe 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
So you should have it before 5, I think.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah. Can we talk about these lines? I think I'd like to work on mine a little bit more before.
Yeah. So, what's the decision, sir?
Oh, the decision is to do our own.
Okay, then that's splendid. That's fabulous.
Okay.
I'm down with that.
And we are allowed freedom to interpret how to, like how big or like to make the line.
Size and sorry.
We're free to interpret how big and what direction to make it.
All right, one more time. You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
We're free to determine how large and what direction, how to orient it to the first line.
I think so.
Okay. But can we agree that both of our lines that the two lines will intersect at some point?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm going to get started on that.
Okay. I'll as soon as I'm done organizing a couple of things here, I'll get started on it as well.
Okay. Well, I'll put the video on that.
Okay.
find a picture that I took.
Um, by the way, Matt, what did you call the what I'm referring to as water walk?
I I just called it gathering water,
Carrying water,
gathering waters,
gathering waters.
but
That sounds.
no.
We're talking about in a good way, with total admiration. Oh, we did not.
Pastor is good. And right here, that's what we had. We had
Um, Okay. Three.
Those are the water I think that we feel in the space that the other person yeah. So in a way, we are very yeah. So one thing that I don't know what in that we all of that. I guess this is we just you talking about basically it's the natural or ability, right? So by you stepping my journey, um, you're looking at you're representing the group, and then I represent what. So you're saying I believe we do the law. Yeah, but is not very big. I think that's how willing why are to pass this in the kind of vocabulary the ritual that we really have. And we walk. But sometimes you just walk through the quick. Sometimes you go out a lot without you are. It's just somewhere you go through. I don't think with the idea of and I usually visualize that. And you kind of get at this from the twice. But I said it, I mean, kind of visualize that. Yeah, so then it becomes a lot. Or if you want to do like very with more applicable people, maybe a sign for maybe other kind of way we spoke of and really pretty good at setup of casting and about cultural relation, that sort of thing. I think that the key on that sort of move. And so then you say, all right, let me represent your group. If you represent mine, it's very the end with full surrender of dignity regarding your own story. But it's also really integrated water as you said, about that, but we hard carry water from that like I said, it goes to right? Yeah, then it's assumed that that is only the only context in which that happens in the bread. I think kind of let's start into that, like maybe only one idea in your head and not taking things that can be touched. And so when we grow, when we do a simple act of, we got to touch the like that. For instance, in my case, walking from where I get to where I am, it covers this kind of history of the things that I'm in, right? So, a lot of the land I cover, what do you mean by your claim? Yeah, it was for plan. Let's be able to so it was like this. You want to cover this. So and it's in the context that is sort of wrapped up in my subject. And that in the place that I'm in, I'm the places that I walk through the and all of that is not and I'm is well. Yeah, because so I don't know the fire to how to say if you're very out of water, I don't know that I do that God I always think is in the middle of the issue as various we nothing like that. And surrounded by rocks. There's no hydro power, fire solid system, and before that, you already iron, and before that, or around that time, there's also the weapon or where there's a lot of variation. So, but then it's also the present, the place where something nice wood, nice wood, I don't know really nice and also is I personally that's what I look at. That takes I do not. never was a very clear thing. And like, Maybe one thing is like, you know, what we could get and see people didn't do something. And then there's here. All right, we're sitting right now. Yes, I'm right. No, but we're also kind of writing. But one thing is that the requirement to be on responsible, then I feel we're right. If we realize yeah. Sorry. This is like us who you have to be and it's also open to people think about like I was talking to today and telling me all ways that before we came I would say that we see it and there's the scares as well as it's not necessarily I can see it as existing in one or anything. It definitely I mean that I the concepts in way separate from Sarah, right? Those, those also because of it's very it's stable, because there's so many points of entry. There's the sun. I don't know if there's a sun in that. Straight away, it's just a constellation. That holds the meaning. Right? The sun was amazing star great. That made it better target. And I had another question. Do you think the memory of yeah, it's a little erratic. Yeah, exactly. That's what, yeah, exactly. And then,
I like how.
very few people were like, right, yeah, I'm going to clean it up. At least in all Richmond, memory actually has area water. Yeah, I guess I'm saying it's how I hear. We're talking about that meeting. You're trying to stop. I'm walking through the place. We're talking about activating, right? We're talking about triggering. Some element that will pass. Right? I think it will be strong. The thought asked that kind of the whole past and the present, the whole state of the past. In the memory we can be so like we can make pick it up. Just to get it into whether it's I don't know, I think I don't get the best. I feel like we're like the president. That's more of the, I guess, like, that's really layers and layers and layers, right? Imagine time as a snowstorm. The president's of the here. Everything up to like whatever, right? Those get stuff way down. Right? And that's kind of what we think this is like. So I think of the explanation for a little bit. Yeah, this is going to be less temperate regions. So let's do this exercise. Ask this like works, and you have a canopy of trees up here, and all the bugs, all the like, everything thrives in it. Nothing dies. Roots, it's just, there's like everywhere. There's nothing dies. Actually, nothing is suppressed. Everything thrives. And everything is okay. I need to like choke out snakes. Right. Flowers are even, 15 minutes. The president is like, everything. Right. And yesterday, the week that fell down, and a month ago, it was like the stuff that's like eating poetry and that. And then a year ago, it was the stuff that's like turning with that compost. And then 10 years ago, it was with that. And then 100 billion years ago, it was like, even though that's, I know that's for the function of that. Right. So, in terms of, I guess what I was saying is, I think of in terms of using a signifier, thinking about actions around it, in terms of the signifier, is like how do you trigger, how do you bring something, kind of like invoke it, or in small ways or big ways. And the question that I was asking continues to talk about the memory. Rainwater is more fresher here. That's a difficult question. I'm not sure if I got all the. I'm not sure if I can make a good judgment of that, because my impression is that as we after the carrying of the which is like the reasons for us, and it's not lots of this country, people still do carry words, particularly the capital and its suburbs, looking at the most generation we actually have then a stand height where people can develop support them and then they will take it to their responsible. It will not be that local, but I think this is very beginning. I think so we get incredibly necessarily compensate actually the history as I see from the United States. And that's a plus and a minus. People love things less, and people love things less. Again, yes, that was. But I don't know. I mean, you that embrace right? That has to do with embrace intention. You know, is related to that. So I think where you want to speak from like, oh, the pastor are going to do that. And I think when you're sitting on, I'm getting entirely but when you're sitting on a mass, right, and money generated through that land, through years of free labor, way that the U.S. was made around when you just come out of World War II, which was like incredibly destructive, but not necessarily at home. I feel like that was like a time in which progress was embraced very much. Progress, inverse graph, progress goes. Progress goes like this, goes, and inversely, like memory goes down. Right. Yeah, I meant that it's yeah, sure. Yeah, I understand. But it's it's like sitting on like the green red. Okay. Yeah, that's a nice thing. You get kind of like this age accent, no, language. Yeah. Yeah. Internet or internet books. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's a it's a bit terrible. It is your books. You can say whatever you want. Alright, what I'm going to do is, I'm quite setting up. So, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do, if we were saying, let's see this, ladies take white. We can put it's a group of give me something. This is categorized. What is the thing? We're right. Yeah. 5 days. Right, so I'm like, this is you, where I okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to respond correctly. Right, so, oh, can we start talking about that's the end. That's all. I don't know anything. Whoa. You're like, this is yeah, well, so this is the best character. Ew, also like this living into later. Which is showing them so the next people that which last night I had two people that live in Trinidad and I choose contacts that I would keep.
You're talking right now. You're talking right now. You're patient.
We're working with the
So how should she like?
I don't know.
Maybe and
As far as I know.
So I think so. How about we kind of let's open the front door
Okay.
and prop a little bit the outer door, inner door, and I'll stand outside. A little bit.
questions.
That's okay.
We could probably ask two.
And I'll have to make sure they're unlocked, and then I have to leave at like 6:20.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
It's all right. Family.
And
That's
you shouldn't totally like you're being ditched for other things.
The last two.
But I will so I will make sure people can come. But I will also text you when I'm finished. If you haven't like hightailed it back to Charlottesville, we're still here.
I'm going to stay here.
I'm gonna stay here. Okay.
This is
Let me put this stuff down so I can.
it's not a really that's analysis. Well, the other that's not really that's a big leap. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose it's difficult in our largely westernized consciousness, not really the kind of class, objects have been made, processes have been refined on development, between our understanding of what the project is, our understanding of the project, which is, so things are approved over time. So we may think of it as like, yeah, this is what we're for, that good. And part of it, we think that we use it. I mean, in mind of the people, what they use that really is. The whole point of creating a vacuum so that in that vacuum you can move, and then you get rid of the idea this place. But we have to I'm freestyle here. And we're going to create think about American mythology of say ancestors in American, right? That there's something special about this place, right? And that goes back to like Clinton, political places for years and said, everyone says, you work hard, live by the rule, right? That's like the essential meritocratic kind of mythology, because at a very central to kind of like public political discourse in this country, right? And therefore, the the other telling the pressure from the public history of public memory was compared to that like yeah, we screw up some, but ultimately we have to we work hard, get everything, right? Yeah. That makes sense? Yeah. Okay. So I'm saying that's right, that's it. And in order to preserve, but important as myth, also we that is not myth, that is reality. Right? So in order to create that reality, that can create a action. Very clean face, which put this very fragile thing, and cannot be exposed to greater reality. Right? I don't know if I agree with you. I mean, probably because I'm on the outside, I think this. No, I feel like we lost three of them. Sort of not existing in the vacuum. I see it existing and talking about faith in a world full of realities. And we still like a number of different sort of the closing mechanisms. And immediately is open to what's here, and so sorry? I wonder if everything that would be compelling. Well, the compelling, which means it's better to be done. But it's no less sort of like soothing this to the minimum. You know, it's good. I don't see why. I mean, I think that like the position that I reference to the value that is there essentially. We realize that unlike the context in the US, for instance, we are to have to that statement, right? Which is like, go in, so, reconnect, right? Well, the United States is quite successful with the generation is to make sure that they have them, right? They had something to react against. So American exception is the kind of things to about. Because then you have contrast. We're not saying we are this, they are that, we are that. Right. I understand. That's what I think the purpose of the package. Not that you can't. Like, I'm saying, we need questions of ideology of particularly. There's no happening these things. And I think and that is too much. No, I do. Right. But my point for me is that maybe not that but just like I don't know. Like yeah, they are out there. They came into yes, first is very important, I think, to operational of that. Yeah, that's right. Journey. Back to journey.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right. Sorry. We've
No, I'm sorry, but
we've been at this for a short while, so I didn't need to get some other some stuff. So shall we take a break and review our case names and say 7 minutes past 2?
That's fine with me. So I need to make sure, I don't need to make sure this is that. So we, represented here.
No, we could revisit that at 2 minutes past. Sorry, past 2.
Okay.
And then we could spend the welcoming period after we go back. One of the things that I have done is have converted the phrase speak or talk about into and my thought of being decided on the scope of what was a kind of a I was kind of asking the answer of what was paid prior to the virtually facing always into the speaking English. So when I got the translation, well, for I ran it through I ran it through the translate thing. It's almost like the French phrase. Except that I think is actually this. Yeah, it means like not to forget this. But I'm going to use I'm going to keep getting the base the creative cortex, similar to the one that I did last week. And then we'll use those voice translation for integration. Make a repeated video for that.
Okay. Repeated video?
Well, it's just like text, and the audio, it's actually the text with the forget to see. The audio will be playing for that, and then just do that. I did a small production, and I found some messed up taxi. And yeah, really as well as they, they would have a nice base. Okay. We create that line to the gallery. So that way, and so I do yours with okay, mine. So that way, bring that up. And it seems like sort of like an extreme, safe extreme. What is this? This is music. So we were like you telling my story, in your place, and me telling your story in my place. I mean, it's an abstraction. In my experience, and I represent yours. I don't think it's, I don't think you're representing my experience. All you're doing is, just making like, it's like if I had, maybe I would be, restriction and that's literation. No,
No, go ahead.
Well, we really, that place where a lot of lemonades peppers, so we had some of it. And you got a bunch of water out of the well, water maybe should have it. Most of the water I have to house yard. That'd be yeah, and it's kind of the thing, but I might be a little bit slow for getting here. In sort of representation, we are currently involved with. I think that these two in the space yeah. So anyway, you're ready. Right, yeah.
Sometimes you just want to get rid of it. Sometimes you go, it's just somewhere that you feel good.
Hi, how are you doing?
Is this the summer reading?
Yes, it is. And you got this sign? Good. One of your students came by today. Yeah, he said that he doesn't. He says he likes what he does, but he's not good at it.
So, and there's a context that is sort of in my subject. This place that I'm in, and I'm depicting that I the space here. So all of that is specifically and I think
It's crazy that
it's like yeah, I mean,
I was talking
It's
over
kind of
and
as there's so many paths and surrounded by rocks. There's a little choices. And yeah, that so, but then it's also present. It's like there, there's a highway, whatever you might see. Yeah, also is I personally times that since we're going to there's but that's like I guess I want to lead it as a degree because that's what I like that you know that also footsteps that I'm taking in that area that I did not.
like we where it's what we did is never actually Tuesday. And it's sort of like we like right? And it was okay. Yes. But I really say that I guess he's yeah, boss, you're right. Then to take a lot of classes. Even I think it's freshman year project.
divination or whatever. Well,
There's also looking to
Can you hear me?
Just asking tonight there's the show at 1708. So that's what we're waiting on. And where's street? The street? Yeah, the street. Yep. So if you go to YouTube and you just type in regime for forgetting, um, yeah. So it's okay. Yeah. Just link to that in so that each day we can stuff like that. Yeah. The one, this one, that's correct. Okay. The regime of correct. So, this is it. And below that is the the value of the that get to try well, then this is day two. We do it until right. Um, maybe immediately actually project. Yeah. Right. Right.
I didn't take it. We were talking about it in the video.
I didn't need a lot of photos.
It, it gets pretty big. I think you could do up to 8 feet. I took it out and I turned the lens around, so it makes it smaller. So
Trying to orchestrate. He has people there. We have people here. No, just wherever you can move me. I'm gonna be right here, and I've got this video here so that he can see.
Yeah.
yeah, they see from this tablet. So it's in your I know.
That's
That's really nice.
yeah, you can get it on Amazon. It's
I've never
all
seen
the
that
basic
before.
stuff. Yeah, it's really helpful. And then once you use it, you remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you remember the ones that you use a lot. So, that was a little bit of a false alarm. Sorry. Enjoy yourselves for a couple minutes. We're trying to make sure that he is already there. Okay.
It's designed to be Thanks.
Oh, it's not glass. I wouldn't. It's plexiglass. Yeah. Mhm. It's salt, but that's a you feel that.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of crazy. It's so small, but
Right.
when you feel it, you're just like, oh God. You know?
Right, you did, yeah, it sticks to the bone.
Yeah. All right, we're about ready to start. Nikolai had to restart his computer. There's been lots of troubleshooting. No, that's not right. Go away. I don't recommend Google Hangouts on Air to anyone ever to do anything. Hangouts on Air. It's a great way of being able to make a live stream. Like, it costs zero money. You can do it for up to 8 hours. They record everything and upload it to YouTube. So you have all of that, but it's in terms of being able to use it. Like, if the stream cuts out, you have to start a whole new thing. You can't just tap back into the one you're on and have it be live and broadcast at the same time. So it's just, the Hangouts are good with the, okay, just did. Sorry. It is. That is exactly what it is. And since you're listening, Google, it is inconsistent. Your product is inconsistent. Case in point. Everybody just relax, okay? Everybody calm down. There's no need to get so upset about this. I know, I'm talking to myself. It's the voices in my head talking to. Makes no difference. No, I don't want to be in this video call. No. Screw all that. There. Nope. 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 Here's your chance to read all my email. Interdependence. Can't call you. Only post invite. Oh, that's too bad.
Okay, here I am.
You're here, great.
Whoa!
You're here and we're there.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'm trying to set up my my camera. Camera just fell over, so I'm readjusting it now. So we've got the air turned off here, so you guys are going to have to make sure you let me know if you can't hear him speaking. Okay?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I was talking to the people here.
Okay.
And otherwise, we can get started. You good? Okay, I'm going to talk like this all night now. Thank you guys for coming very much. Thank you, Emily and 1708 for having us. I'm at Shelton, you guys know that, and this here is my good friend Nikolai Noel. Yeah, everybody give him a good big hello.
Hi. Hello.
Do you have any introductions to do there?
Essay Rando. No, not really.
All right.
Some folks are.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just start off by giving a brief context for some of the projects I've done, and then we will show a video that will be a kind of a segue into what we're doing here. And I want to stand up straight, so I'm going to move this. Okay. Yeah. And if that falls over again, I'm not going to be upset. Okay, so Nikolai, I'm going to start a screen share so that you can see what I'm seeing better. Okay?
All right.
Okay, Nikolai and I met in graduate school at VCU in 2010. And we pretty much instantly had upon meeting each other, realized we had seeing each other's work, we realized we had a shared kind of interest in the history of the West and colonialism in particular, and the kind of ramifications for that in our respective countries is Trinidad, and one of the first places discovered by Europeans, and I obviously in Virginia, but before that in North Carolina, and we had a shared reference in Carnival. Because I lived in the world for years, and Carnival is a huge festival in Trinidad. So, but we didn't start making. While we helped each other with certain projects from time to time, we didn't start making collaborative work until we were in New York in 2011, and we saw a show by Nikolai Thomas, and who usually does very large scale mural paintings of black women, but in a kind of goddess-like homage. But this show that we saw was like a series of like 60 or so very humble drawings. Am I doing a good job describing that, Nikolai?
Yeah. You're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you. It's important to me to do a good job. So we left that show and determined like we could just do like, what would it look like if we collaborated on drawings. And so we kind of drew together. We talked for a couple days about what the format of that would be. And the idea being that we would each start with a standard sheet of drawing paper, which is about 22 by 30 inches, and we would each start one drawing at the same time. And then after we had completed our move, our part of the drawing, we would slide it under the other studio. We were studio neighbors that year, and then the other would kind of revise it or contribute. And then the other big important rule is I can only draw the oppressor, I can only draw the oppressed. It started as that format, and you can see from this first one here. And I've decided that we should do this talk the same way the rest of this project is going, which is that it's on. So you're seeing a projection of some of you are behind me, so you can see that a little bit better. But this is a drawing that the sheet on the right is 22 by 30, or it was originally. And here is an adaptation that Nikolai made. I'm just gonna
Matt?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Just like technical stuff, I don't have your screen share.
Oh, you don't have my screen share? Probably because I didn't start it.
Yeah.
Some of that trickery.
All right, there you go.
Sorry about that.
Fantastic. Great.
I started. This is the verso. Backside of this drawing. This was the first one we made. You can see they're kind of a mess. And speaking for myself, I quickly tuned into like how difficult it is to actually represent what we would call the oppressor, because the means by which oppression actually works is usually collective and usually invisible. So to point to, I found it problematic to point to like one person or one act that could be doing oppressive, because that felt like letting everybody else and every other act off of it. Okay. Yes. Well, it's sort of. I mean, in the first thing that I did was let's see if we can. The first thing that I did, if you guys look at this drawing here, there's this kind of horseback rider on horseback, and that I remember was, I mean, I was literally like Googling image search oppressor, right, or oppression, and not because I don't know what it is, but because I was trying to find a visual language for that. And so this is actually an Israeli soldier on horseback here, and you can't see it here because of the different redactions and alterations that have happened. But it's a really strange combination of something we might recognize as like an equestrian statue here in Richmond, like a horse rearing up, but then his gear is like very 21st century Call of Duty. Um, uh, yeah, sure. Nikolai.
Nikolai, did you find the same student view that he was impressed?
Matt, sorry. Matt, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
The question, because I didn't.
Yeah, audience member asked if you found it was also true for you that you found it difficult to describe or express the oppressed.
I think this you can always easily sort of find. I think this is the same thing with the problem that you had. It's easy to find images that sort of like are stand-ins for oppression or stand-ins for the oppressed. But I think in this project we didn't necessarily want to sort of deal in tropes
Right.
as much as try to actually describe what oppression is and what being oppressive is. And like you said, it's very difficult to image those things without being sort of like, without playing that kind of sensationalist photography game, where you find someone, there's a tragedy and someone's crying, and that's the thing. I think that what we were trying to do was a little bit more less selling and more thinking.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was sort of difficult, but for me, I think it was easy for me to find snapshots in my life, in my development, and the lives of people around me that sort of like brought a certain amount of like oppressive forces into focus. So after Matthew drew his equestrian oppressor, I drew a young boy in primary school. That would be like, what's the equivalent to primary school in the U.S., Matt?
Primary is right, or elementary. Yeah.
Elementary, yeah. Yeah. So I kind of drew a guy like that at a typical desk, raising his hand, because there's a conversation about the role of education in conditioning people to, again, to obey and to reinforce the status quo. And it's a particularly acute question in the Caribbean.
Okay. Good answer. So
Thanks, Matt.
So from my perspective, that difficulty shifted towards more formal, not formal, material actually intervention. So instead of like describing, I was like cutting the paper and erasing things away. Materially, I would say that I actually learned a lot from Nikolai in making these drawings, because he works so precisely and delicately.
Well, this is like,
yeah, in some ways I would draw towards that. In some ways I would draw against that. So I would draw something very crudely at times, and then other times I would draw something very, or make a move that was very refined. But here you can see this abstract kind of form here was a silhouette of a man who had been dredging for bodies at the bottom of a river, And so Nikolai's move here was coloring, but also before doing that, he did this really beautiful filigree kind of ornamental spray paint and watercolor design on the backside of it. So, Nikolai, here's a question I've always had for you about that.
Yeah.
Is that an ironic gesture on your part to take this, to kind of open this thing up, right, like a kind of surgically? You have these surgical pins there holding the paper open, and revealing something that's superficially beautiful.
I'm not sure I got the entirety of your question. Could you just go over it one more time? Sorry.
That's okay. Was it an ironic gesture for you to make an ornamental and superficially beautiful design on the back of this paper, and then have it being kind of opened up with surgical pins? Do you see that as like a ironic or sarcastic remark?
Well, yeah, it was kind of sarcastic, because I think at that time, this is drawing number, which one is this? This is 4?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. Yeah, I'd gotten sort of like wise to your game, right? And so I was, you know, the redaction game that you were playing, and so the way that power, as you were saying at the time, you know, power's role is to be invisible, and in order to, one of the tactics to be invisible is to distract or to entertain, but you deploy those mechanisms to sort of make yourself invisible. Am I making sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So.
Like a mask.
So I guess. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. That's why I got decorative. While at the same time doing something that to the paper that could seem sort of like drastic and so I mean surgery and like opening up things like that. Where you come across that kind of diagram or that kind of things, like in medical journals where they tell you, all right, this is where your ribs are, this is where your heart is, that sort of thing. So you have sort of like the illustration of that, but there's no ribs or heart or anything.
Right. Yeah, okay. It's okay. We can come back to this. Okay. You just got to thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on to Maine. While we were working on what we call the oppressor-oppressed drawings, one of our visiting professor, Lucy Raskin, was organizing some projects up in Maine, which was going to be at the Institute for Contemporary Art at Maine College of Art for the summer, working on her own collaborative project. And so she and her partner, Kim Kay, invited us up to they invited us to kind of propose a project, and we really didn't know what we were doing. So we just devised like a series of activities that we could work on throughout about a week.
Sorry about that.
This is an exercise that we did on the first Friday there in Portland, where each of us tried to make 200 drawings of the other, or 100 drawings of the other over the course of 4 hours. and it became this exercise that Nikolai has described as being exchange of agency, exchange of position to each other, and also to allow yourself to be in it, but also a sort of sonar for echolocation, making repeated images of someone else that vary from descriptive to abstract, to like a little note on paper or a name. You kind of maybe arrive at a greater description of not just the other person, but of your relationship with them. We also worked on a big painting. I'm trying to find. Here we go. This is what some of the drawings look like. They were 9 inches by 9 inches. We also exhibit some of the oppressor columns here. They're so out of order. I really should do something about that. Here's one pair. So Nikolai's drawing at the top and my drawing at the bottom. And what is really interesting and nice about this is that the drawing that Nikolai does is of me. So it's like a double portrait. It's a self-portrait and a portrait of the other. Across the top, these are all his. Across the bottom are all mine. We spent a lot of time walking around that week. It's really hard to make 100 drawings in 4 hours, by the way. I really recommend this exercise to anyone that wants to try. I think we got to 100 total rather than 200. Nikolai, the question is, was this exercise something that we made up or something that was modeled after something?
I'm sure it must have been done before, but I'm unaware of it. I did this. It's something that I'd like to revisit every couple of years. It helps me chart how slowly how much I slow down in terms of like drawings. First time I did it with an artist here in Trinidad, Jamie Leroy. We did get 100 drawings in 4 hours, and they were like really sort of involved drawings. This was in 2006 or 2007. So between then and 2012, I think this is when we were in Maine. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I slowed down quite a bit. So I don't know if it's been. I certainly didn't model it after anything. I kind of thought about it in terms of like an endurance exercise. Also, the idea of drawing something repeatedly, the same thing over and over again, is sort of like I thought of it as a way to chart your levels of endurance, concentration, that sort of thing, mm-hmm. And became more about drawing and less about the subject. But in the case of like drawing another person, it also becomes sort of reducing the other person to an object and having that done to you simultaneously. I think there was something interesting about that process to me. Seeing as, you know, we tend to unconsciously or consciously objectify people that have some sort of difference um, over and over again, routinely, on a daily basis. So I just thought it was an interesting exercise to sort of explore those things.
So you can see the installation here. And I'm just going to talk briefly about one more of these pieces before we move on. And I need to go to Google, find it. This one. So one of the things we did while we were there in Portland was we got this 5-gallon, this paint bucket, and filled it with water at the Gulf of Maine, and then walked with it down Market Street in Portland to the gallery. And that was, I don't know, a couple miles, and I don't know, 5-gallon bucket of water is pretty heavy and not that easy to carry. It's like slopping around the whole time. So we ended up taking turns carrying it. And, you know, sometimes you do a project and over time you kind of revisit it and think about what was actually like significant. And we worked so hard, probably too hard, on other aspects of this project in Maine. But one of the things that kind of resonated later was just this, the more simple act of like sharing the load of carrying this water from the sea to the gallery, and the sea representing just this elemental and cultural and economic and historical force that kind of like binds us and separates us. That ended up being part of another. What you see here. This is a medicine cabinet. Walks around Portland. And it's actually underneath that. It's the painting that we made that stuck. So that got pulled up underneath this object. And the book that's inside, this just happened. We placed the book inside, and over time, the cover curled back to reveal the biography of the author, which is really perfect. And Nikolai, I'm going to ask you to describe what this book is.
Well, it's sort of a short novel about rural Indians. Basically, they're visited by a number of misfortunes involving floods, scorpions. The story is told about the children in the family. They live in poverty, but they entertain themselves, and more often than not, they get involved in like dangerous activities. It's a very sad book, and it's even sadder knowing the story around the author, who left. He was supposed to be like one of the more brilliant authors coming out of Trinidad. He was supposed to be around or about the level of V.S. Naipaul, Uh, he left Trinidad to go study writing. He went to Canada. This is where he published this book. And then he returned to Trinidad to do research for another book. He went missing, and later he was found in a ditch, hacked to death.
Hacked?
So, yeah. So this is his soulful novel, and it's a story of the kind of circumstance that he grew up in, and sort of like the reason why I mention his life story is that the novel ties into his life and ties into the way he died as well.
Can you say if there's any particular personal relevance or reason that you chose this book for us to use in our project?
There's nothing directly. I can't relate directly to the book. I'm not like one of the children in the book, but I certainly know people who would be like that, who would grow up in those circumstances. I have very close family that would have grown up that way, and it's not that distant from any sort of Trinidadian experience or understanding to make a kind of connection with with the characters that were described in this book. So it sort of, to me, represented a work of fiction that dealt with a kind of Trinidadian life that's not normally advertised. Well, not advertised, but not normally spoken about or acknowledged.
Okay, I'm going to show the video from yesterday, and then
Okay.
show the video from yesterday. Just remind me to stop screen sharing in a second. So the project here is called Regime of Forgiveness, which is a phrase that Nikolai used in ongoing chat and dialogue we have. And he was referencing, Nikolai, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what you were describing was a certain concessions and maybe things left behind as a trade-off for mobility, right?
Yeah.
So in my case, in my family, both sides of my family, there's and some of you guys may have this in your families too. Just like move from rural to urban centers, right? And so I have two grandfathers and one grandmother who all came from impoverished circumstances, and so Nikolai and I have talked, kind of compared notes about like what gets lost in that motion and what gets gained in that motion. Anybody want an all-new HRV crossover? Okay. So yesterday morning, Nikolai and I kind of kicked off our activities by each going to significant body of water in our respective locations. And instead of getting 5 gallons, we each got 2.5 gallons. So the gesture being that we would repeat this activity that we did in Maine, but carry the same amount that we carried before. And I'm just going to show a little clip of my activity, and then Nikolai will show his, and I'll stop screen sharing.
Matt,
Yeah.
I've actually got the 2 videos side by side. You want me to show that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Getting this?
Because stop sharing when you're actually done.
Sorry?
When you're screen sharing, it's like you're sharing. It's like you're. It tells you can stop sharing. It's like you're talking to a little kid who's like. Okay, sorry.
So did I just stop sharing the screen share?
I'm not screen sharing.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ignore these things.
It took me a long time to get my water right. You drive on the left side of the road?
Sorry?
You drive on the left side of the road?
Okay, I can hear you over all this noise. Say that again? Sorry?
Do you drive on the left side of the road?
Yes, we do.
I did not know that.
We're like former British colony.
Oh,
We
wait.
drive like Europeans do.
Do you want to show more, or do you feel like we can move to another thing?
Yeah, I think we're good for now.
Okay.
So yeah, the entire video will be posted online by tomorrow, I guess.
Right.
All right.
Do you want to give, while we're looking at the screen here, you want to give us a tour of what you worked on there? Because we have this space here, I can show everyone.
Sure. Let me do that.
This is the demo.
Okay. Let me fit this way. Okay, so this is the tour of Alice Yard we're doing.
Can you say a little bit of what Alice Yard is?
Right, so Alice Yard is an artist-run space. It's sort of small. This is what's being projected. This is the TV that's usually showing our walking performance video. Yeah, so Alice Yard is a small artist-run space. It's one of the very few places in Trinidad where one can see contemporary work. It's mainly this space here. Just turn on these lights. Right. So it's mainly this space here, which is called the box. And this is a secondary space. They're both sort of like single project spaces.
They take
Sorry?
they take proposals for sheds.
It's not necessarily as structured as that. They do take proposals, but more often than not, because the community is so small, the contemporary art community is so small, it doesn't necessarily have to be as formal as a proposal. It's a kind of very open space. One of the directors, Christopher Cozier, referred to it, well, I explained to you yesterday a little bit about what the yard means. That was like a kind of, it's a colloquial term for a common space, a shared space, a meeting space. Because of the structure of barrack yards and that sort of thing, whenever communities needed to get together and talk, it would happen in the yard, which is sort of like the space in between buildings. If you imagine, communities were kind of structured sort of like a building with a courtyard in the middle. Except it would be like a bunch of different buildings. So the yard would be like a common meeting place. And so Cozier kind of thought about the yard as a place where you would come and you would a gesture would occur, and then you would leave and leave space for another gesture to occur. And that's sort of how the yard has operated. So for people like myself, it's sort of like a safe port of call, you know. Um, you can do contemporary work here, and the people that visit the yard would get it, or at least try to. And that is it may be a little bit difficult for people in Richmond to understand. If But I suppose with smaller towns, people from smaller towns would understand that, you know, it's not necessarily that easy to find community as a contemporary artist when, you know, you live in a place where there's a lot of like kind of parochial concerns, and where art usually takes the form of, well, in Trinidad, it takes the form of like paintings of boats and coconut trees and banana trees and like what would be considered exotic birds but are quite commonplace here.
Touristy kind of.
Yeah, kind of campy. Yeah.
So what we're doing, our proposal for this episode for 10 by 10 to try to make kind of between there and here. So, or in here and there for Nikolai. And the way we would do that was by collaborative artworks via web stream. That would be the same. Use that term very broadly on either side of the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't talk about the astrocartographer.
No, yeah. No.
But I think now we've been talking for a really long time, so I think now I'm going to see if they have any questions, and then we
good.
You guys have any questions? If you don't, it's okay. Okay, so the question is, did we use stuff that was? Can you turn your volume down just a little bit?
Could I turn it down a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, that's going to be really hard for me to hear you.
Okay, don't worry about it. It's just echoing a little bit.
Okay.
The question is, are we using found materials or materials that we brought in to the gallery?
If I'm using found materials or materials that were brought into the gallery?
Both of us.
Or both? You want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. So, Rachel, you first referenced the candles. And this, I think this is where gets some of the ideas about symmetry is that we're both making things from different places and have different relationships to materials and objects. And so I'm certainly taking some liberties with using some materials of my own that I have my own interest in that I think that are relevant to the content that we're working in. So the electric candles are something I've been interested in since the first time I went to Europe in 2000. Because I saw them used in countless, in churches and in little devotional things around Italy in particular, and I was really interested in this idea of the electric candle because I thought that seemed artificial. no more artificial connectors and handles because they're both referencing something that's in before, you know. And at the so I personally, I think we have an overlap. Have kind of an interest out of that. This mass produced object that can still generate a kind of once. You know? So that was something that I brought in, and didn't tell Nikolai that I was bringing in. It's just like the oyster shells. I hopefully had really answers to share them with everyone. You know? The flex I've been since last fall at a show in Mary Ball, video, and I have been working with flex with certain object. And I walked into the project, got all these crazy numbers, and I thought that a project like this is a good place to us. Be a little more theoretical or the less responsive views that I'm paying in terms of as far as how every decision is, or how what's the word, airtight and airtight that I'm making this. And instead, like you said, find out what doesn't work, and in the present of on the right, which is kind of, I think, part of the stream, with us kind of streaming our work together. Because most of the stream is us just like looking at the computer, looking at the face, you know, not even talking that much, like looking at other websites while we're interpreting that, or at least for the experience I'm on. So the stream is also kind of like doubles. It's just like process oriented, process over the product. What about you?
The question was again if we're using found materials or what?
What do the materials mean to you? Forget the first question. New question. What are the materials?
I didn't get the last part of that. Sorry.
What do the materials mean to you?
Oh. Okay. Well, salt, for instance. The salt that we're using, it has like a lot of different. It's got a lot of conceptual baggage. At one point in time, salt was as expensive as gold. Salt, the way I use salt, it's sort of like a stand-in for history as well, because I think about the Bible story about Lot and his wife when they were leaving either Sodom or Gomorrah, one of them. She looked back, and she's turned into a pillar of salt. So I think of salt as sort of like a reminder about the danger of considering one's history. That we're not encouraged in the Western world to really look back. It's always being urged to look forward, look to the future. Don't worry about the past, that sort of thing. So that's one of the reasons that I'm really into salt, and also in terms of how salt is seen in mysticism. It's seen as like a barrier for evil spirits, for bad spirits, that sort of thing. If a vampire is trying to get into your house, you've got a salt line around your house, you've got to like stand there and count each grain of salt before he can progress. That sort of thing. So it's got all of this. It's loaded when you think about it in those terms, and that's why I like to use salt, water as well. I mean, it's like all of these elemental things that we tend to take for granted carry all of this other kind of contextual information that I would like to activate by using them to make art. Um, is that good enough? Do I need to like talk about more?
No, that's good enough. One thing I want to add in terms of the salt thing that I always think about is that I heard a great sermon about salt one time, which automatically placed it in the same kind of context as you were just talking. Do a whole sermon about salt, and the guy talked about historical uses of salt. One is to preserve, which is why it has the same root word as salvation, right? But then the other thing is that the Romans, when they defeated an enemy, they would dump salt in the fields to kill everything, right? So it's like a little bit goes a long way, right? A little bit is useful, and a lot is hurt you. Yeah. Okay. Got another question here. Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay. Right. How does the experience change as the? So the question is about the 200 drawings project in Maine.
Right.
Yeah. And how? Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but how the experience changes as the duration grows, and also how the drawings change as the duration grows. Like, do we get tired? Do we start to block people out? That kind of thing. So, why don't you say what you have to say about that?
For me, it happens in like waves. So when we just start, there's a lot of like anxious energy. You want to get started. You feel the pressure to make good drawings, and by good I mean sort of like Matt keeps arguing with me about this stuff, but sort of like that kind of Raphaelite, Leonardo type drawing. Correct proportions, correct anatomy, that sort of thing. So you feel the pressure to do that, right? And as things progress, you start to, some of that anxiety and some of the nerves fade away, and you start to get focused, which is the stuff that I'm really interested in. When you start to become really interested in the act of drawing, as opposed to how the drawing looks, and the final result. And then you get into a stage where you just couldn't give a damn. You just want to make something that kind of roughly references your subject, and still make something that's compelling to look at. And then it kind of starts back over again. You start to wonder about the last drawing that you made. You like it. You wonder if you start to become very self-conscious again. You like it. You wonder if anybody else is going to like it. You're going to try and make that Raphaelite drawing again to cover your bases, and then the cycle continues. That's how it looks to me.
That was good. That was a really good answer. I want to tie that back into what we've done here, because I think that one of the things that I've been writing down and thinking about is how is abstraction as what did I write down? Abstraction as the affective or emotional description of a experience, a resonant experience of a conductor. So abstraction as like you talked about going from what you might call the realistic to photorealistic drawings, which are um, traditionally and more valued on a non-art audience level. Um, but then what becomes interesting is how you start letting go of the experience of that rather than interpretation. And I think that's something that's kind of exploring through the elements of like dislocation and timing, and then in the salt draw, the first line was just an agreed upon 6 foot by about 1 straight line. Like a kind of like a basic effort there. The second line is 2 hours though, and it's based on national both walks. Yes. So mine is Belle Isle on a line 1708 as and Nikolai's represents the Gulf of Korea to Alex. Nikolai's looks much better as expected. But how the experience can be a generator of signifier and also that doesn't necessarily have to reflect that. Did we answer your question too? Okay. Are you guys good? Do you want to ask me a question? Do you want to talk more? You want to learn them? Nikolai, Rachel asked about it over here.
Right.
This is my so one of the things that I thought about reading the water here, for instance, the oyster shells and rural oyster shells. A lot of artists, a lot of people just around, they don't know what to do about it. They like, and sometimes I can become but I brought them with me to kind of like have something that situated me within a place of trust and groundedness. And also, I think to find ways to activate having worked with like these little nooks, like so this palette over here is for me to have a place where I can comfortably sit down, write or rest while I'm here all day. I did stay here on Monday and stayed at night, but that's not part of the project. It's just a way for me to be kind of in solitude and also to kind of further absorb the space that on one hand I'm very familiar with and on the other hand it's very hard to feel, to make knowable. So it's just a habit. Nikolai, you want to say anything else?
What's the question again, sorry?
Oh, it's a question about my bed. You want to comment on my bed?
I prefer not to.
This one here. Can you see it?
It's a lovely bed, man.
Yeah, well, the quilt was actually, so that quilt was given, my great grandmother quilted that, and that was given my brothers and I were given these when my grandfather, her son, and his wife, my grandmother, were moving me into a continual care facility, and we needed to get rid of a lot of stuff. So we could go, let's just like pass it on, So But I'm thinking about this like diamond pattern that's on there and trying to think if that can be generative of other abstractions. So the root between the final image and the source, like given intellectual structure and also a sense of like kind of like a closeness because of the energy that's generated by my relationship to that object. Does that make sense? Okay. I think we're done.
Could I just mention two things?
Please do.
I heard you were talking earlier about the streaming aspect of what we were doing. I think I don't know if you mentioned that, like conceptually, we're kind of putting on a kind of exhibition where we stream different items, well, different objects over the course of the week. And how we thought about it was that this exhibition of objects doesn't exist in Port of Spain or in Richmond, but it exists in the space between. So the only place that you can actually see the show in its entirety is online. And I think that's sort of like, because I'm big on metaphor and analogies and stuff like that. It's a metaphor for the larger project that we're involved in, which is about, as we put it, discovering the other, and sort of like kind of gauging the distance between your subject identity and my own. Yeah, so I think that's like one of the interesting parts of this iteration of our collaboration, that we're sort of like reconciling ourselves in a space that doesn't really physically exist. I think it's interesting to think about the streaming as sort of like gauging the space between us both online, in that kind of abstract space of the internet, and also the physical space between us, me being in Port of Spain and you being in Richmond. I think like to consider those, the juxtaposition of those two spaces, where that, you know, the physical space can be measured, but the space that's between us online is sort of deceptive in that it can't be measured, but yet still there you are.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and that's part of, I feel like, why I have engaged in these kind of like bigger, like creating these kind of sprawling, fragmented images of the stream is to kind of make that more visible, and make the fact that the stream is an illusion the same way that any picture is not what it says it is, you know. So to make that like a physical thing, where it's like kind of like playing on the architecture of the space, and at the same time to make in that, you know, when you're walking through the space, you feel the space more, you feel maybe yourself more, and your own kind of like a bodily relationship to the space. So it's like trying to find ways to project this in a way that makes it feel good, to show how it's not really good.
And just the one other thing, because, you know, thinking about that, the sort of abstract notion of space on the internet, it kind of ties into our mutual interest in charts, especially like star charts and that sort of thing. Charting on the whole, it's sort of like, you know, in a sense it's arbitrary, and it's a matter of it's a matter of the human animal finding coincidences,
Right.
you know, and like finding meaning in things that have
Essentially, no meaning.
relatively no direct relationship. So we make the relationships.
Right.
In order to sort of order the world, to see it in a way that would make sense to us, that we can relate to. You know, that pattern forming, again, looking for coincidences. I think that the way that we're going about this particular collaboration and our interest in maps and charts and yeah, the salt lines, the intersections, those sorts of things. I think that there's a lot more to explore in that than I think we would be able to get through with in the next couple of days. But it's incredibly, I think it's incredibly fruitful to think about.
Directions forward. Okay.
Yeah.
Good job. Very well said. It reminds me of that. We don't have to talk more, but it does remind me of the last little conversation I had. On what's that?
Right. Yeah.
So, sorry with you guys. Nikolai, do you mind if I read this?
You go ahead.
You want to read it together?
I can't see it.
You know what it is. Didn't you notice it by now? I did.
No, I think you can go ahead because you know your voice is soothing and
angelic. Some have described it.
Yeah.
You made a mistake. The work exists online, not in Richmond or Spain. Don't do that voodoo on me. In a space that we both occupy for the moment of our collaborative gesture. Ah, that voodoo is what I do. You know, for someone who is so interested in the elements, you sure talk a big immateriality game. Perhaps the work does exist between us as the accumulation of shared gestures, but that is like the moon. The stuff in the spaces in Alice Yard in 1708, the stuff we will be working with, that folks will see, the elements, those are fingers that point to the moon. For someone who must know about hybridity and inherent contradictions, feminism and postmodernism, you seem to have a hard time accepting that one can hold contradictions or conflicting ideas in one's head and honor the equal. I am not one thing, man. And that is what it is about. Death, the material substance that drives us to investigate the immaterial. Our bodies, the understanding of them, the positioning of them, these material things that we are, completely dependent on the immaterial and arbitrary forces, culture and history and attraction, our physical selves and our internal lives. So the arbitrariness and the concreteness of these markers, like a woman at the park asked me for the time 2 days ago. It was 11:11. Just now I looked at the clock, 11:11. Some kind of thinking that pushes those two moments together, reads them against each other. A very real and very illegitimate power of clocks. So we're starting every day at 11:11. It's kind of like electing to kind of invite that into once it's like happenstance occurrence becomes something that you then vote. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
You got a thanks. A shout out even.
Awesome.
Okay, I will reach out to you in a little while, and we can debrief. And thank you guys for coming. Signing off.